that are staying back from this. So we're trying to bring you a little bit of the view from the ground and from the sky of what is happening right now in the city. And as we mentioned, peaceful for most of the day. Let's check in with Pat. He's ready now. And Pat, you have been following this since protesters crossed over from Laurelhurst. What are you seeing from your viewpoint? It looks like we can see the smoke from that fire.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been actually a lot of smoke around that elk all day. I think a lot of it was marijuana smoke earlier. I'm not sure exactly what's burning now, but clearly something a little bit hotter. But when the police did the flashbangs, probably about 5 to 11, everybody flooded out of the area to the west, but then basically hung out for a moment and then poured right back in. So we'll see what the next move is on police. They've been very patient so far, and it seemed like it was working. A lot of people kind of seemed to be sort of trickling out, not everybody. And certainly as everybody surged up past us, we saw that the crowd is still quite large, but it's kind of a cat and mouse game a little bit now. The police push, people leave, then they come back and see if the police are going to push again.
Are you hearing anything from the people that have passed by you? It seemed so frantic just moments ago, and now people are back to standing in place again. It's moving so fluidly.
Yes. So I haven't heard a bunch from people coming through. They were very busy getting out of the way. But, you know, you've covered these things. You know that things can change really quickly, and when they do, people have been standing around chatting nicely with their neighbors all of a sudden turn and run because they don't want to get tear gassed or hit by the flashbangs, that sort of thing. So I think there was a surge of adrenaline probably that went through the crowd, and now people are back. It's hard to tell really whether the mood has changed all that much or not, but we'll see.
Hey, describe how that situation changed, Pat, because you've been following this crowd for hours from over in Laurelhurst Park down Burnside, how this development changed things.
Well, okay, here comes some police up to the left side there, Mike. So that's Federal Protective. That is the feds. So I mean, basically, yes, it's been a peaceful march from the time that we saw folks gathering at Laurelhurst Park, came across the Burnside Bridge into downtown, and we could not see what was happening over at the federal courthouse because we were on the backside of the crowd, or what was happening right in front of the Justice Center. But clearly it was something that caught the attention of the police there, and so that definitely changed their outlook on things, and I'm sure it's kind of changed the attitude of some of the protesters, although probably not all. Still a lot of people holding signs and, talking about Black Lives Matter and trying to get their main message across. We still haven't seen out on my side here, we haven't seen any buildings being damaged or looted or burned as we have seen the last couple of nights. So it's very fluid indeed, but it's a holding pattern right now, I'd say. Back to you.
Very different from what we saw Friday night. This crowd seems, for the most part, from what we're seeing from our cameras, calm. They aren't dispersing as they've been told, but they are staying calm, where Friday night it was described as chaos. That's the only way you could describe what happened that night. So we hope it stays relatively calm, although we've heard the reports about the windows being broken at the federal courthouse, and now we see this fire from an undetermined location right now. Art Edwards, you were there earlier at the Justice Center when we actually, at that point in the day, had two separate crowds, one down at Laurelhurst Park and another at the Justice Center, and that one turned a little bit different. There were some disturbances then. Tell us about that earlier tonight.
The police are making their announcements out here, and they're right behind us making the announcement. And the one they've made several times is that they're saying that police are investigating a possible break-in at the courthouse, and they're asking people to move away from the courthouse and back in front of the Justice Center so they can continue their protest. So they're still saying, Portland police, that they can continue the protest. They just need to move away from the federal building and go back in front of the Justice Center. Whether or not people are doing that we can't really tell. Doesn't really look like that. Now, what was going on earlier, of course, we know at 8 o'clock the curfew was supposed to start. So what we saw outside in front of the Justice Center along 3rd and right about Madison and right about Main is that people knelt down right in front of the Justice Center right at 8 o'clock when the curfew was supposed to start. About 10 minutes later, what we saw were somebody was lobbing bottles towards the Justice Center. What Portland police said in a tweet was that
officers are moving to the Justice Center. Please move your peaceful protest back to the Justice Center.
So you heard him say, move your peaceful protest back to the Justice Center. But what happened earlier is that they were lobbing bottles at the Justice Center, at the officers who were stationed there, the sheriff's deputy stationed there. Portland police said they were glass bottles. They used gas to move the crowd out of the way, and that crowd dispersed rather quickly.
Officers are moving
and
to
left the area.
Center. Please move your peaceful protest back to the Justice Center.
So they moved there. They moved out of the area really quickly. A lot of people, they got the gas in their eyes. And they were using milk to kind of clean things out, that sort of thing. Then later on, the second group, they made their way across the Burnside Bridge, turned south on 3rd, and that is the group that has been outside of the Justice Center for probably the last maybe hour or so. Maybe longer than that. They have been out there outside the Justice Center. Now they're being told to go back in front of the Justice Center and you can continue your protest, but you need to move away from the federal building where they're investigating a possible break-in at the federal building.
If you fail to comply,
all right, Art, we'll check back with you in just a moment. And as police move those crowds, as they said, continue your peaceful protest at the Justice Center, we want to show you now a rare moment in the midst of this very real anger on our Portland streets and across the country, a sign of solidarity between protesters and police. On the 3rd day of protests in Portland, police officers take a knee alongside protesters. It happened just before 2:30 Sunday afternoon as crowds grew outside the Justice Center.
That was crazy.
This viewer, Ryan, first shared the video with KGW.
All of a sudden I see some people hugging a police officer and I'm like, what? So I come running down here to document this and I just was blown away. I think we saw a historic moment. And now we're seeing what led up to that moment.
So I feel what you're saying that to me. So could you take a knee to prove it? Taking me. Can all y'all take one knee to prove it? You all can take one knee to prove it. We can give y'all what y'all want. We need to figure it out. Give a second. Let's figure it out.
And then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, no, I get you.
An inspiring and hopeful sign of solidarity on the streets of Portland. Well, now let's go back to our Pat Doris, who is in downtown Portland right now near the Justice Center where the crowds are right now. But Pat, you spent a majority of the day following these crowds where it started out on the east side at Laurelhurst Park.
Well, that's right. And once we got down here to the courthouse, we had a chance to ask some folks kind of why they were here, why it was important for them to devote part of their Sunday to come down and try and make a message. Here's what they had to say.
I'm here because everybody matters. We are all the same people. We're all human. We all bleed the same. No one deserves this, especially not George Floyd. He doesn't deserve this at all. We all bleed the same. We are all human. Nobody should be treated like this. No, black people can't even walk around, go to the store, hold a cell phone. This is not right. We all need to stick together and be united.
So that was one of the many comments that we heard here. Police have not fired off any flashbangs recently, but they have been making those announcements that Art mentioned. They just made another one saying, please move into the park, move in front of the Justice Center. If you don't, we may need to use some dispersal tools, which are the flashbangs and things like that. So we shall see. I don't see a lot of people moving there. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Pat. And it does sound like they're going to allow this peaceful assembly, as long as it remains peaceful, to continue. They haven't declared it an unlawful assembly, as they did earlier when some in the crowd began to throw glass water bottles. So they are saying that they can stay if they move back to the Justice Center and remain peaceful. We did see from Sky 8, you saw a fire burning nearby. It looked like it could be another dumpster fire like we saw Friday night. It looks like people were throwing things into the fire. We want to show you what's happening in some other parts of our state, and we'll come back to this in just a moment and also break in if there is a development. But I want to walk you through what we're seeing in other parts of the region today, because it's not just in Portland. We start in Eugene, where hundreds gathered this afternoon near the federal courthouse there, demanding justice for George Floyd and calling for changes in the criminal justice system and beyond. So far in Eugene, it's been a peaceful demonstration as well. The city of Eugene does have a curfew in place downtown until 6 in the morning. A curfew is in effect in Seattle as well. Things have been mostly peaceful there today. You might have heard about things yesterday weren't peaceful. Local law enforcement is being supported by the National Guard. Tonight, Governor Jay Inslee activated another 600 National Guard members to help police across the state. All lanes of I-5 through downtown Seattle are back open tonight after being closed for more than 4 hours as protesters march through the downtown core.
Meanwhile, Salem police tweeted this about an hour ago, asking residents to avoid the downtown area where several groups of protesters were marching, causing congestion and disturbances. Salem originally imposed a curfew for tonight, but that was canceled.
Earlier today, we caught up with African-American business owners and young people to get their feeling on the unrest transpiring. Perspectives are as diverse as each individual we talk to. Morgan Romero brings us their take from Northeast Portland.
This has always been a difficult time being black in America. They haven't felt heard at all. It's the only way they're getting their attention, and maybe somebody will listen this time. If not, don't be surprised if things get out of control even more.
Outrage over systemic injustices and racism, deeply rooted in our society, boiling over.
Too bad we not frying chicken yet. Stop killing us. Stop murdering us.
African Americans and people of all backgrounds are taking to the streets in cities across the country, peacefully protesting. But as we've seen, like here in Portland, many feel that alone isn't enough to be heard and to evoke change.
I'd rather it be peaceful, but what is going to enforce change?
If we keep walking up and down the street saying peace and no justice, no peace without no action, we're going to get the same continuous reactions. So it is what it is. It's a new generation out here. They're not playing no games.
The death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police, one of countless injustices against black people in America.
It just makes everybody just more and more fed up.
It's nothing new for them, and we're tired of it.
They're sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Why do we have to prove our humanity to someone? We can think, we can talk, we can act the same as you. We put on our drawers the same as the next person, so I don't understand why we're not being seen as that. Why we have to fight so hard to be seen as that. It's not fair.
They don't want to see anyone hurt or small businesses to get hit during protests.
I don't support the destruction, but I do support the action, the cause behind the action.
I don't want no one's businesses destroyed or anything, but it's happened way too often where people, they want their voice heard and they want it heard now.
We can fix windows and buildings, but we can't bring back a life.
Looking out across the crowds, many rioters aren't black.
First of all, it's about time you stood up for us. We've been standing up for y'all our whole life.
And it's really nice to see we have some white allies that are like on our side.
Unfortunately, a portion of those causing the chaos aren't there for the right reasons and just want to wreak havoc. But the community doesn't want that to overshadow the message they need elevated.
We need to get back focused on what we're writing for, who we're writing for, and the rights that we're writing for.
Hopefully this is a springboard to change the system from the inside out.
If we just come together and we unite as one, and we continue to push for a change, that we can make something happen. But I know it's gonna take a lot of work, because we've been working at this for a very long time.
Emotional voices. That was Morgan Romero reporting for us. Now, Portland City Commissioner Joanne Hardesty has shared similar sentiments about the destruction we've seen. Here's her message during a listening session with the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. It was held via Zoom tonight.
That the bulk of the destruction that took place was not in Black people's name, was not in Black people's honor, and was not to support Black lives. It was people that decided that this was an opportunity for them to be destructive and to destroy our community.
Destruction we've seen. By the way, more than 300 members of our community took part in that virtual listening session tonight.
Let's take another look from Sky 8 at 11:19 this evening on this third night of protests in Portland, where we have a curfew that went into effect at 8 p.m., the second night of a citywide curfew. And you can see thousands of people did not abide by that curfew and came downtown to voice their outrage about the death of George Floyd. And the police have tried to respect their First Amendment rights, and that's what they're saying, as long as they remain peaceful. They are tweeting that projectiles are being thrown at officers. That was just a couple of minutes ago. So far, they're still allowing them to stay, but they are asking people to move west, back away from the courthouse and to the Justice Center to continue their peaceful protests. So they have not declared this an unlawful assembly, and they haven't asked them to disperse, just to move to the west, away from the courthouse and the Justice Center. Let's check back with Art Edwards, who is near this crowd, to tell us what he's seeing. Art?
Yeah, we're on the south side of it. We're at Madison block. I got a little bit closer. It looks like a lot of people have moved out of the street. They were most of them were standing in the street between and Main, and have moved into the parks that are across the street from the Justice Center and the federal courthouse. That is moving west, which is what police wanted people to do, although I imagine the police were looking for them to move further west than that. So a lot of the people have moved out of the street, but they're all up in the park, it looks like, right now. We can still hear police making the announcement, probably the announcement they were making on our side just a little while ago on the side, trying to get people to move away from the federal courthouse and move back in front of the Justice, continue their protest. Right now, it seems that police are still allowing this to play out. A specific spot over here, which would be in front of the Justice Center, but they are allowing this to continue to play out. They have said throughout the evening that they would do this when this large group made it across the Burnside Bridge, southwest Portland. They said then that they were going to protect the First Amendment rights of everyone. They were making it sound as if they would allow them to protest and to march through the city, but it just needed to remain peaceful. And as long as that is the case, they seem to be willing to let them stay out here. A large number of them have moved into the parks across the street from the federal courthouse and the Justice Center. Still a number of people in the street. We can hear them cheering now and making some noise out here as we continue to watch what people are doing. Don't know exactly why they're making noise, but they're doing that for some reason right now.
All right, Art, we'll check back with you in just a moment. And for you at home, we will continue to monitor the situation, but we want to break now to take a look at your forecast. Let's bring in Chris McGinnis for a look ahead at your work week forecast. Chris.
Yeah, turning the calendar here, right? Going into a new month. And, we've got some headlines that I want to talk about when we get to, that part of the forecast. Right now, we are sitting in the mid-50s right now in Portland, across the state, 51 Pendleton, Bend sitting at 52, and the cool spot, at least on this map, right now, Tillamook along the North Oregon coast, checking in with 48 degrees. All right, Futurecast has temperatures dipping down into the low 40s tomorrow in the valley. Eugene, 42, maybe 42 or 43 in Salem, and about 46 here in Portland. So it'll be a cool start to our June 1st, but with full sunshine, I do expect that tomorrow. We should warm nicely into the mid-60s by lunchtime and into the 70s, I think, in most locations by late in the afternoon. So here's a look at the plan for Monday. Good-looking day, 73 for a high, and note that sunset inching closer to the 9 o'clock hour. It's one of the things I love as we get into the summer season, those late sunsets. June 1st, we're rocking about 15, almost 15 and a half hours of daylight. By the summer solstice, it's 15 hours and 41 minutes. That's June 20th, the longest day of the year. So yes, the days are getting longer. And the 9 o'clock sunsets, we get 3 weeks of those, 3+ weeks of those starting around June 12th. Of course, one of the other things we talk about when we go into the summer is where are we with our rainfall? And it's been off the mark, as we know, all winter and all spring long so far. And since October 1st, we are more than 9.5 inches into the deficit here. And even though May felt like a pretty wet month, relatively, compared to where we've been the last couple of months, we were still below average. We're wrapping up the month about 0.2 of an inch below normal in the rainfall department. And there's not a whole lot in the forecast. Certainly tomorrow looks dry. Little hiccup coming in Tuesday night or Wednesday could produce an early sprinkle on Wednesday, but our next best chance of rain doesn't look like it rolls in here until late next week, perhaps late Friday and into Saturday. So the first weekend of June looks like it's going to be a cool one. And temperature-wise, it looks like it's going to be a cool, not only first week of June, temperatures near average, but as we look towards the second week of June, that's what this graphic is. This is the outlook from the Climate Prediction Center. Up there in the title, I've got temperature outlook June 6th through 10th. So we're going into the first third, basically, of the month of June. We'll be near average this week. And then that blue bullseye over Oregon and Washington indicates somewhat higher than average probability of below normal temperatures as we get into the second week of June. So suddenly meteorological summer not looking all that summer-like. I'm sure we'll make up for it later, but enjoy the comfortable stuff while we have it. Sunny at the beach tomorrow, breezy in the afternoon, highs in the lower 60s, and Astoria and Pacific City just shy of that. Newport up in the Cascades, freezing level at about 9,000 feet, becoming mostly sunny. That's a beautiful shot from Dawn Wendell checking out the gorge.
Larger and larger. We just heard something hit a police vehicle. People are throwing things. Uh-oh. Here we go. Police with the pepper balls. Police with the pepper balls. Okay, I gotta go.
God damn it, dude. Stop throwing shit, dude. Yo, we started that shit already.
All right.
Abby, we definitely want you to stay a safe distance.
Oh, there's fireworks.
That looked like a firework.
Yes, we are. We're back.
Yeah, we were wondering
like
where all the police officers were earlier. And it looks like this is where they've gathered. They only have a certain number of officers, a certain number of people that they can have on the ground, and they only have so much resources. So this is where they are all centered in downtown.
Looks like they're arresting people. If you can see, it looks like they're arresting people right here. They have two people, at least two people on the ground. I can't really zoom in and kind of see that. But that guy right there, he's been arrested. I'm keeping my press badge out so police know at least I'm with the press. You can see another person right there. He's down on the ground being detained. We have police now. And there's another person as well. So we have at least 3 people who've been detained.
Stop, stop, stop.
Do we want to get out that way?
Get on your face! All the way down! Let's cross the street, bro. Let's cross the street.
We're crossing the street, you guys.
Yeah, good call, Abby.
Good cross. Yeah, we're crossing the street. Again, I have a security guard that's working next to me. I have a guard with me that has my back, that's watching, that's got all the eyes on me.
Good. Abby, were those pepper balls being deployed from what you could tell? And what happened before the pepper balls were deployed? You said some rocks were being thrown?
Yeah, you know, I looked over because I heard this loud noise. So I think that there was something thrown at a police vehicle. All of a sudden I look to my left, and that's when I see the officers with their pepper ball guns. And that's when the crowd dispersed. That's when we saw the fireworks. And now we're seeing people detained.
And this is really the first time we've seen
right
people
there,
detained
there's people on the
all weekend.
Right. Here in San Diego, during these protests here.
Right, so first protests tonight.
I think, you know, what we had seen like really leading up to it, when we walked up, we had seen this crowd of people, you know, with the line of police, and they kept protesting. And then they kept inching closer and closer to the police. That crowd kept getting bigger and bigger. I heard a noise. I think there was a police vehicle that was hit. You look over, and then that's when you see police with their pepper ball guns. I don't believe tear gas was deployed, but then we saw fireworks as well. We kind of move over, and then we see police with their, I believe it'd be non-lethal guns, telling people to get down because they hadn't moved. We walked across the street, and now they have all these people on the ground detained.
Abby,
I can't really, I can't zoom it in on this camera.
But Abby, you know, you mentioned there was a police presence there, but it sounds like since that incident happened, a lot of units are moving toward you right now. Have you seen a lot of vehicles pulling up in just the last couple of minutes? A lot of traffic there, a lot of sirens.
For police, there's a lot of traffic and a lot of sirens. But that's the thing, Carlo, is you hear these sirens constantly all night, and you think, oh, they're going to another call. They're just making loops around downtown, making their presence, making it known that they are here. So that's the thing too, is that it gets confusing because you think they're going to something that's been called, but I think that they're just making their loops around with their sirens, letting it known that they're here, they're present, they're the police ruling this.
Right, and with so much focus on this particular area,
who are directing traffic.
Yeah, there are other areas.
I'm gonna try to get over this way because
there are other areas that might need help as well and can't get that help because the majority of officers are so focused on this one area, understandably so, because it got violent. And about how many people would you say are detained and possibly under arrest right now?
I want to say there are dozens of people. We started out with 3 people, and where Kenny McGregor's now met up with me and he's zooming in on my phone, and now there are at least, probably 8 people right here, and then there's more people behind this patrol car that have been detained.
We've got this gentleman in front of us here who's being detained with the mask on, and there's a female here in the distance who has,
and that's the voice of our chief photographer, Kenny McGregor, who has joined up with Abby, it sounds like.
Come around this way, and they're also detaining another gentleman here at this police car as well.
Yeah, and we see them getting these zip tie cuffs put on there, Abby, and a couple of them getting put into units and being driven away, it looks like.
Right, Abby, we've seen of any arrests at all here downtown.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of zip ties used in situations like this because they do expect probably many people who do to be detained. I'm not for sure if they will be arrested. But again, let's go over here real quick because you have more people here who are on the ground.
There you go. There's at least, about 6 people there on the ground.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, more people on the ground. We have police over here. But yes, this is the first that we've seen people detained in the in the protests down here in San Diego this weekend.
Can you ask Kenny where the large group he was walking with went? Did he split off from them? Were they still moving up Front Street? What happened to them?
Well, Kenny, was this the same group that you were with, or do you think that they kind of all came together?
Yeah, so when we were walking down Market Street, both the security guards that were with me, we noticed a huge convergence. They were running, and then all of a sudden they just met right in the middle at Market Street and near G Street, and it was just this huge onslaught of people. It went from probably just a few thousand to several thousands of people all of a sudden. It was amazing, and that's when we felt like we needed to back off a little bit as well too, because they started breaking some more windows as they showed you live along the way, and then the fireworks started off again, and Abby's shot, we saw that as well too, and this was just a more violent group than what we had seen, especially at the vigil. There was some violence obviously in the early afternoon, but this definitely, they have an agenda, and they've been tagging up just about every building that's up and down Broadway. Brandon showed several businesses as well that windows were blown out. They were looting inside the CVS stores. But this is the first time again that I've seen anyone be arrested here as well as yesterday in La Mesa. So at the moment, it's good to see them finally taking some people into custody for doing some unlawful things.
Kind of move it over here again just to see more people.
Kenny, there was
what you will see as well is during these protests that, you know, many of them are unruly and they're chanting, but now when you see them detained, they seem pretty calm. They don't seem defiant. They don't appear to be defiant.
Well, and we have to remember, Abby, when we see this,
right
there was a large group. These are the people that were detained. We don't know who was throwing rocks or objects, whatever we thought we may have heard or seen. We don't know who that was coming from in the crowd, but these are the people who ended up being taken into custody. There's no way for us to know right now what they may have been involved in or what they may not have been involved in.
Yeah, we weren't close enough to see exactly what happened or what they did.
And then there's where there's these unruly, or excuse me, the unlawful assembly. They can be arrested for the unlawful assembly, so they could be for that reason alone.
Yeah, good point.
All right, Abby Alford live downtown. We have several crews live downtown right now. We've been going for a bit. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but we're not done yet.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
All right.
But I was like up on that table trying to get like a good shot of it. We are here at G and First, and I was just talking with Kenny McGregor, our chief photographer, where he showed you earlier in the newscast another crowd, and we just figured out that it was the crowd that we were following and the crowd that he was following that kind of just merged right here at G and First. And then we could see Remember, there were the protesters that were kind of lining up against and confronting the police officers. That crowd got larger, and they kept getting closer and closer. We'd even seen some of the protesters trying to push back the other protesters, trying not to get very close to the police. But
yes, we've moved up to 5th and Madison now to get back farther because people were sort of bunching up, and it seems like just a matter of time before the police line's going to arrive. Earlier, before we did leave, when all those people were running, it was because there were definitely mortars being thrown at police, and then police sent back tear gas. And so we didn't want to get in the middle of that, and we could get a whiff of it and saw several people who were struggling after getting deep breaths of it. So people are starting to move up the street here. Police continue to make the announcement, and we'll just kind of see, I guess, what's going to happen next.
You see cars trying to back out of the way. As large of a crowd as this is, and that they're trying to disperse this crowd and have used tear gas and some flashbangs or stun grenades, it is a lot less chaotic than we saw Friday night with the looting and people smashing windows. So we hope that that does not happen tonight and that they're able to get the crowd to leave in a peaceful way.
It is so important to note that, Laurel. So many businesses are boarded up and have been boarded up since Saturday morning, but what we've seen is mostly people marching throughout the day, and it really wasn't until just before 11 o'clock that we saw some things start to turn with the federal courthouse there. And it looks as though, from this view, some people may be throwing things into the dumpster or taking things out of the dumpster. Yeah, taking things out of the dumpster right now. Not really sure why that's happening in that way right now, but it is important to note that we haven't seen the destruction and the looting that we had seen on Friday night. So hopefully the peacefulness continues, but as we're starting to see more scattering throughout the evening, time will tell.
It does look like a lot of people now really moving more quickly out of the way, as police have declared this a civil disturbance and said that they would be using some of that tear gas and the flashbangs to get people to move out of the way. Art, are you still with us?
Yep, I'm still here with you. Yeah, we're still on the south side of things, and we can see now that basically 3rd is clear of people in front of the Justice Center and the federal courthouse. We can hear that to the west of us is where they're making the announcement about this being a civil disturbance and telling people that they need to leave. And we've seen police, on their vehicles where the officers are on the vehicle. We've seen the vehicles moving west, moving that direction to continue to try to get people to move out of the way. We can see a group of people that are over there at Madison and 3rd, right on the side of the Justice Center. We know that they have been talking with some of the officers who are over there. There have been people doing that. So looks like there's a group of protesters that are still standing right there. And probably looks like there's some police that are right there with them as well. But they're just maybe all standing there exchanging words at this point, but it doesn't seem like it's any kind of a problem, at least right now. So people are moving around. They are trying to at least move to other areas away from the federal courthouse and the Justice Center. But there's still quite a number of people who are downtown in this area and have been out here for a long time for the protests that have gone on today.
And as we look at Sky 8 next to where Art is too, you can see the police presence there and the crowds moving really just 100 yards or, feet or so in front of those police cars as they push them out. But as you mentioned, this one group, and that's kind of what we have seen in different protests, is that different groups move to different areas once they start to disperse. So this is one faction now that we're seeing. And Art, like you said, it looks like they're right next to those police officers.
Yeah, they are. They have been like that for quite some time now. The police have been about a block to the east of that location, and then just move forward move forward to the point where they are right now, where they are right there at the intersection, and it's hard to tell from here, but it looks like it potentially could be some kind of a standoff.
At this point, our cameras haven't witnessed any arrests. There have been dozens of arrests Friday and more on Saturday. I think I read 13 arrests Friday, and then more than 48 yesterday. I think 14 people, they released mugshots of 14 people who were arrested. And the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office tweeted earlier that they are trying to look for information to identify the people who set the fires in the Justice Center. Let's listen to the police here.
And we have declared an unlawful assembly. Leave the area now, or you'll be subject to use of force to include riot control agents and impact munitions.
The city really seemed to have an approach that they wanted to let people be able to exercise their First Amendment rights. Earlier tonight, Mayor Wheeler was on MSNBC, and they asked him about how do you keep things calm, and he talked about having clear expectations. And the city did put this curfew into effect at 8 o'clock. Really seems to be unprecedented, at least in recent memory, of a second night of a curfew. But thousands of people decided not to abide by that curfew and went downtown to exercise their First Amendment rights. And the city and police trying to respect that. The mayor did make it clear they wouldn't tolerate any vandalism or violence, and they tried to limit the number of people that went downtown by really limiting public transportation. And they also took a novel approach by closing off ramps from I-5 and I-405 into downtown, because the mayor said they had some anecdotal information that some outside demonstrators may be coming down to join the group downtown, and they wanted to try to reduce that as we look at this dumpster fire. This is a familiar sight from Friday night, where we saw some dumpster fires and people throwing things into the dumpsters and out of the dumpsters and setting them on fire. So we have a change tonight where it remained peaceful, and then we had reports of somebody breaking windows at the federal courthouse, throwing projectiles at police, and then those aerial mortars going off, and that's when police determined it was an unlawful assembly, and they've been ordering people to leave.
And as we've been reiterating throughout our broadcast, as community leaders in the Black community are reminding us to keep in mind the message from the peacefulness of the protests that we really saw throughout most of the day today, really, like Laurel said, up until just about an hour ago, that this is about racial injustice. This is about finding action and finding a way to move forward. I had the chance to talk to some leaders. I've mentioned Kyoshi Owens, who is the founder of Empress Rule, a equity consulting firm, and she really focuses on creating opportunities for people of color. And she says we need allies. We need people, white people in our community in particular, to stand up, step forward, and speak for positive change. And we've also heard from other leaders who have said, yes, we understand the need to go out. We understand the need to be out there past curfew, but we want to make sure that we're doing this in a safe way. And we want to make sure that that message stays at the forefront. And that message is to remember the life of George Floyd and to make action so that things like that don't happen again. And the history of that is also really important to keep in mind. Kyoshi Owens was telling me it starts with education, and it's important to take time to expand your worldview, to put yourself into somebody else's shoes, and to understand what other people are going through, and understand that pain, and that pain you might feel could feel totally different to somebody else for so many reasons. Well, right now, let's switch gears here and check back in with Pat. Pat's been on the ground for us covering this. Pat Doris. Pat, what are you seeing now as we're seeing more smoke in the area?
Hey guys, we're at 6th and Madison now, and police cars went by and dropped off some tear gas at the top of the street where everybody was trying to get out to the west. I don't know what that was about, but that was curious. So, boy, it is still kind of, I think, the police moving around, trying to scatter the crowd, try to break up the groups, and I think they're having some success, at least on the street that I'm on.
So you're saying, Pat, that they seem to just drive by and kind of drop it off right where there was a group kind of centered?
Yes, exactly. Just almost like you drop it out the window sort of thing.
Well, we'll check back with you in just a moment, Pat. I just want to read a couple other statements to follow up on what Brittany was saying earlier. Police Chief Resch saying it's time for Portland to lead by example, to heal, and to move forward. And then this from Portland Fire Chief Sarah Boone, who's African American, and she said the anger and violence being witnessed is not only about the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, but also about a system that allows people of color to feel fear every day. And she called this what we've been seeing the last few nights now, Friday night into Saturday morning, yesterday and now today. We're coming up on almost midnight going into Monday morning. She called this a moment of reckoning. We're going forward together to create an actual community where respect, dignity are our core values. And I think a lot of people hope that's what comes out of this. A lot of businesses so hurt by everything we saw Friday night. As I came into work earlier this afternoon, I drove into downtown to get to KGW, and there are countless businesses that have been all boarded up. The Emergency Management Bureau had all kinds of people down here yesterday boarding up the windows to protect those businesses. The Portland Business Alliance saying that when you add up all the damage from all the merchandise that was stolen, all the damage to the outside of the buildings, windows smashed, and then lost wages, it's easily going to amount to tens of millions of dollars. Now, so far tonight, we have not seen the kind of destruction and looting that we saw Friday night, thankfully, and that is what everyone was hoping to avoid as we look at this live shot at Pioneer Courthouse Square and look at downtown and as the police try to get the crowds to disperse, as they've called this now an unlawful assembly.
And Laurel, you mentioned a press conference that's planned for tomorrow with the mayor, and it's really about moving forward with this. And we want to address a tweet that Portland Police just tweeted out with this photo here. It says Chief Resch and Captain Lavelle just met with some of the leaders involved in tonight's protest. They asked PPB to get the message out that the violent acts were not what was intended for tonight. They asked for people to leave. So important that these community conversations are starting to happen right now in the midst of the protests that we are seeing, in the midst of what's happening right now. And that's what's really important to keep an eye on and remember. And that's what, when I was talking to a lot of community leaders, that they hope that when people go home, when these protests end, that the message continues. The reason people are on these streets, they say, is to give that message, and because they want to see change after years and years of not seeing real change. This is the boiling point, breaking over, and we need to focus and take action now, and through that with our city leaders, our community leaders. And when I've talked to a lot of city leaders, I think one of the biggest things they say is the first place that you can create change happens in your own backyard. That means going to city council meetings. That means talking to your local legislators, writing them, bombarding them with emails, messages, phone calls, and taking action that way. Getting involved from what I've heard from so many people is one of the best ways to create change and taking an active step. And when I was talking to Kiyoshi Owens, she says that can't just be from the Black community. It can't just be from those marginalized community. There needs to be allies. And there are a lot of allies, it seems, on the streets tonight of Portland. And so they want to see those people, instead of just being out on the streets, which they encourage, of course, protest, but taking action further and bringing steps to actually create that change.
And the mayor talked about this on MSNBC earlier, that a lot of Black Portlanders frustrated that some of what we saw Friday night overshadowed the call for justice and the outrage over the death of George Floyd, and not to lose the context that this is a fight for justice for Black America. And that tweet that we just showed from Portland Police really showing that the people who started this protest earlier that began at Laurelhurst Park had all intentions, and you see the photo here as the chief and Captain Lowell met with some of the leaders of this protest. They intended it to be peaceful, and for hours it remained peaceful, and police acknowledged that. They had liaisons along the way, and they marched peacefully starting at 6 o'clock earlier this evening. At Laurelhurst Park, they marched for miles down, and we think there were thousands that marched from Laurelhurst Park all the way down Burnside, crossed the Burnside Bridge, crossed into downtown, and for many hours they remained peaceful, people chanting, carrying signs, saying Black Lives Matter, and really remaining a peaceful assembly. And not until later, when some things were thrown into the federal courthouse, some projectiles, these leaders of this protest say that was not them, that is not what they intended, and they told people to leave. So they hope that their message remained a peaceful one, and people know that was their intention.
And like you mentioned, Laurel, throughout most of the day, the entire day, really up until just about an hour ago, we saw some small disturbances, but for the majority of the people that are out there in this very large crowd. And it's important to say, too, this crowd, to me, looks larger than one that we've seen so far in these 3 nights of protests, and it has remained peaceful for almost that entirety of that time today. So it's really important to point that out. And as we see kind of a scan of the city tonight, it's a strange looking from above, right? If in watching something from above that's happening on the ground. This is a little bit from earlier that we saw too. Of course, to kind of recap, in case you're just joining in wondering what's been happening, of course, started on the east side today in Laurelhurst Park. A peaceful protest as people marched thousands together, fighting for justice, fighting injustice. Really, really powerful messages, peaceful, making their way over the bridge, over into downtown, where we have seen the large crowds gather tonight. It has been a long day for so many of these protesters that have been out there trying to share that message, marching in solidarity with George Floyd.
You could really see when you looked at that earlier image that you were showing, Brittany, that crowd all the way across Burnside, which is a wide road, for blocks. It just shows you how many people really joined in this protest and stood in solidarity. And as they marched across the Burnside Bridge, it was really quite a sight to see as we watch video here of it happening earlier tonight. Let's see if we can go back to some of our reporters on the ground. We're coming up on midnight to see what the latest situation is. Do we either have Pat or Art available to catch us up? Art, what's the latest there as crowds are being asked to leave?
Right, crowds are being asked to leave. For the most part, from this area, many people have left. We can see about a block away from us. We're at Jefferson and 3rd. So the next block over, there's been a group of people who have been gathered on the corner right there. And it appears that they have been talking with some of the officers who are over in that area. In the distance, we can see that there are, police who are moving around different areas, and it seems as if they're trying to get people to disperse as much as they possibly can. Every once in a while, we'll hear the sound of what seems like a flashbang, and we believe that what's happening is that police are just moving around as there are pockets of people to get them to disperse. What's happening right over here by the Justice Center right now is that the street is open again. 3rd is open. There are cars that are driving up, and they're driving on the street right now. There is that one group of people who are right at the corner of Madison and 3rd, who are there and have been there. Excuse me, have been there for a bit, looking like they're talking to some of the police.
You feeling the effects of a tear gas there? I hope that you're staying far enough away there, Art. Thank you.
We are a long way away, but it's breezy out here, so we're far enough away where we're not close to where that's happening. But it seems that there's enough of a breeze out here that it sort of is blowing it around in our direction a little bit.
And we want to just let people know that you are trying to keep that safe distance. It looks sometimes like you're closer
definitely.
Just because the camera is zoomed in, but you're at least a block away. So we are really making a conscientious effort to keep our crews safe and away from the middle of the action for their own safety, and also, we are mindful that there's been harassment of journalists at some of these protests across the country, and we don't want to get in the middle of it and become part of a story. So we are trying to keep our distance. So we don't want you to get a mouthful of tear gas either, Art. So we'll check back. We have Pat to tell us what's going on where you are, Pat.
Yes, we're at Southwest 6th and Madison now, and a big group has just gone by us, probably 200, 300, 400 people marching down the middle of the street. And so while the police have broken up the main protest into smaller groups, it certainly has not gone away. So they just went by us a few minutes ago. You can see them still heading north down the street, and police continue sort of the cat and mouse game of moving folks around and trying to quiet things down. But as I mentioned, still a number of folks here. You might be able to hear the car honking its horn in support, I think. And they are walking down the middle of Southwest 6th Avenue right now. Back to you.
Pat, you've covered a lot of protests in the past, and we've seen a lot of different protests with different tactics and approaches from the police, where they have been criticized for some of what some have felt were heavy-handed tactics. It really seems like in the last few nights they've really tried to keep more of a hands-off approach. Would you describe the contrast of what you've seen in protests past?
That's an interesting question. You know, all protests kind of take on their own personality. Some, you know, from the lens that we see it through is whether they're anti-media or not, or trying to get their message out. I remember covering some of the protests when we went to war with Iraq. Tens of thousands of people in the streets and just a very friendly but passionate crowd. And then there's been other times where it's started out pretty rough with people, you know, kind of being nasty and angry, and devolved into, you know, the flashbangs with the police because things get sideways. So I think it has a lot to do sort of with the organizers of the crowd and the messaging that goes on, and whether they have people along the way to sort of remind people, hey, here's why we are here. But every time, it's just like I tell my teenagers, you know, not that much good is going to happen at midnight on a Sunday night in downtown Portland. And so the later it goes, kind of the rougher things get. People are tired, they get angry, people get emotional when they're pushed back, that sort of thing. And so I think that's kind of the stage that we're at now.
Well, Pat, we want to move you to a different location, so we're going to let you go for a moment and show some Sky 8 video, or actually live shots from Sky 8 right now, so you can get the vantage point from the air. And Brittany, I think maybe it's worth mentioning again, maybe some people didn't see it, but you did a story earlier on a really touching moment between police and protesters, where they took a knee in solidarity with the protesters, that the police are really taking a different approach here, really trying to respect the First Amendment rights of these demonstrators. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, really, really interesting video that has circulated on social media, and for good reason, a sign of solidarity. It started as confrontation, you know, which is part of protest, and confrontation between police and protesters. And then it led into a conversation with a protester saying, like, you want us to work with you, you have to work with us. You have to work with us. Will you take a knee? And then other protesters behind them said, take a knee, take a knee. And that's exactly what those officers did. They took a knee alongside those protesters. And then after that, like the viewer who sent us in the video said, it blew his mind. It was something he didn't think he'd ever see. Handshakes and hugs between protesters and police. If only for that moment, you know, just for that moment, that showed that there is a chance, that there is hope, that there is possibility, and that working together works, and that can happen. And that if we listen to each other, if we take time to give, I think that that's a really important thing that we're learning from this. And that's not going to solve the problem. You know, obviously this is so much more than just that moment, but it's in those small moments that we do have to remember our humanity and that we're all people. And that's something that I think is so important and does get lost. Donna Hammond is a union leader, Portland native, and a Black leader here in the community. And she was really just talking to me about how important it is that we remember that we are all the same. When I was having a conversation with her earlier today, she talked about race as a construct, and that when it comes down to it, it's just skin color. That's what it is. And we are all the same. We are human. We all come from the same place and deep down. And that's what they want that message to get across. And when I saw those protesters and police kneeling together, even if it was just for that one moment before, we don't know what else happened right after that image, right? But just for that one moment, we got to see humanity together, kneeling together, just taking a moment, a pause, a breath to work together in any way that they could, in a simple act as taking a knee. It is powerful video, and we've seen so many powerful images and gut-wrenching images, people suffering, people in pain, and a lot of community members that can't believe that this is still something that they're having to fight this hard for. You know, we talk a lot about the Rodney King riots that happened nearly 30 years ago for racial injustice. And for so many generations that have lived through that and have lived longer than that, to see this again and again without change when I was talking to some of those leaders in our community, especially Kyoshi Owens, she was telling me, she's like, this isn't surprising. How can you not expect for things to boil over when we're seeing the same things happen over and over again? And that's what so many people want to get across right now. They want to get across is that. And this is the video that we were talking about here, is the kneeling together. Like we said, we saw some of the moments leading right up to this. You know, asking, you got to work with us and I'll work with you. If you take a knee with us. We don't know what happened after this, but we see handshakes right there. Something that we don't often see in protests, especially protests against police brutality. So this now is Sky 8, so let's check in with the latest and what we're seeing here. As Pat mentioned, some of the crowds, we've seen thousands in the streets tonight, and now kind of going off into groups, but those groups still very large. He said when he was down there, he had about at least 200 people that passed him in a group. So even though groups are being dispersed, and you can see, I can't tell exactly what that is that's being held out of the car there, but pushing some of those protesters back. But we have seen groups kind of go off a little bit. They were all concentrated near the Justice Center and the federal court building. But then, of course, we saw some of those reports of windows being broken at the courthouse there. So now it has definitely changed and started to disperse in different groups.
So we're just after midnight now on the third night of protests in Portland. After the death of George Floyd. We're now into Monday morning. Just to recap what's been going on down here after hours of protesting outside the Multnomah County Justice Center in downtown, police declared this gathering that you can see they're trying to disperse. This gathering of thousands of demonstrators, they have now called it a civil disturbance and an unlawful assembly after many hours of saying they would respect their First Amendment rights as long as it remained peaceful. But at the point where windows were broken, shattered on the federal courthouse, and projectiles were thrown at police, according to police, and mortars, aerial mortars, fireworks, then they declared it an unlawful assembly. People are now being told to leave, or they would be subject to police force with tear gas and the stun grenades, which we've seen. Police have used flashbangs and tear gas to try to disperse those protesters. At around 11:30 p.m., Portland police said demonstrators were setting off fireworks and those aerial mortars at officers. And we do have a report of at least 2 people having been arrested. We did not see those arrests, but you can see people running there. But they did say 2 people have been arrested. And also they say there are reports of shattered windows in the downtown area with all those fireworks being set off. That wouldn't be surprising, but we don't know exactly how those windows were shattered. So we're watching these live pictures again from downtown Portland.
Yeah, we could see just there as the squad car or the group of police officers there was passing by. We did see some projectiles looking like they were being thrown at there, and then looked like a cone that somebody had picked up and thrown near the vehicle. But that police vehicle with the officers right there on the side continues to move around. And we are seeing that presence now much more scattered throughout the city as the crowd has dispersed from just one centralized group. And to kind of recap a little bit from earlier in the day, too, for those of you who are just joining us, this has been going on since for really most of the day today. Started largely at Laurelhurst Park. Around 6 o'clock was the planned protest, and then moved from southeast Portland over the bridge into downtown. And this protest, we want to keep reminding you, had stayed largely and majoritively peaceful really until just before 11 o'clock. So to keep that in mind. And that curfew, of course, started at 8 o'clock. Last night, that's when we started to see things getting more intense, was around 8 o'clock on Saturday night, 8 o'clock on Sunday night here. It still was so calm. I think, people still just wanting to spread that message, and police letting these protesters practice their First Amendment right, saying we will let you be here and continue to protest peacefully, and we'll stand back until they needed to step in after things escalated a little bit out there. And you can see them continuing to patrol the area. And it looks like, at least from the views that we're seeing less concentrated crowds. But of course, that's just in this specific area that we've been following these squad cars, Laurel.
And what we saw Friday night was a lot of groups would just move from one area of a city to another and sort of splinter off. And so the police kind of had to chase those groups out of the area and continue to try to break them up. So they have to move around the city to do that. To pick up on some of the things that you said earlier, Brittany, Police Chief Resch saying it's time for Portland to lead by example, to heal and to move forward, which is what we really saw an example with the officers taking the knee there and really all night trying to let the protesters have the right to assembly and to have their First Amendment rights. Here we're watching live that police vehicle with the officers with tactical gear on either side moving through the city. Also, I wanted to read something from Reverend E.D. Mondane, the president of the local NAACP, that he said yesterday, I believe. Well, actually, now it would be Saturday since we're into Monday morning. Destructive acts that hamper the progress of our cause can only be committed by those who do not truly care about preventing further George Floyd's or are too ignorant to know better. To our non-black allies, do not commit violence in our name. And we heard from the police chief earlier tonight in a tweet, along with the leaders of the protests from earlier tonight, that this was not their intention to have it end this way. They wanted it to be a peaceful demonstration. And for the most part, it looked like most of the people that attended wanted it to be peaceful and remained peaceful. It was just till about 11:30 tonight when things took a turn. And then they had to declare it an unlawful assembly.
And as we've been seeing the officers, Portland police, trying to move crowds and send people home after that 8 o'clock curfew that happened earlier yesterday now, as you mentioned, now that it's 12:09 Monday morning. And we're continuing to see them moving through the streets. We have seen a few, what looks like those smaller fireworks still continue, and it looked like we had passed by. Sky 8 had showed us the charred remains of one of those dumpster fires, so it looked like at least a dumpster fire had been put out. So that's good news there. And this view that we're seeing right here as we continue to follow along, it looks like a lot of the crowd, at least in this view, has started to disperse. I mean, we're not seeing nearly as many people from the thousands of people that we saw in downtown just an hour ago. It's a very different view.
As far as we know, police just saying 2 people have been arrested, but we haven't heard about any more. Let's see, do we have any of our reporters on the ground that can report back in to see what's happening there? We'll check back and see if we can get Art or Pat. I just want to tell you a little bit about what happened Friday night. I've never seen anything like it. I'm sure those of you who lived in the city for a long time, you haven't seen anything like what we saw Friday night with the destruction and the looting and what happened at the Multnomah County Justice Center. That was at about 10 o'clock at the Justice Center, where that was really the scene of what's happening tonight for a long time, where the protesters came to the Justice Center. It's been surrounded by fencing now, but on Friday night, that center houses the downtown jail and police precinct, and protesters smashed windows. They lit fires inside a first-floor office. There were actually workers inside. Those workers weren't hurt. They left unharmed, and the building's sprinkler system put out the fire. And Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is trying to identify who those people were that broke into the Justice Center and set those fires. So they have asked if anybody has any information to call their arson hotline to let them know if they have any information, to give them any leads.
And let's continue to take a look here at what's going on in the city. As we mentioned, thousands of protesters had been out through much of the day, making their way from the east side of the city into downtown. Now leading up to this point, we can just see a few people slowly walking the streets now from this view. Let's check back in with our Pat Doris, who has been covering, or excuse me, Art Edwards, who's been covering this from the ground for us, where you can definitely see a lot more people where you are. Art, describe what we're seeing and what's changed in front of you in the last 15 minutes here.
Well, most of the people who were in the street that were on 3rd Street outside of the Justice Center, they have left the street, most of them. There are just a few people standing there. Cars are able to drive by at this point, and they are driving down the street. As you can see right ahead of us that there's a car driving down the street, and people are having to move out of the way. A little bit further to the right at the intersection of Madison and 3rd, There's been a group there for quite some time now, and there have been police officers right there with them. It looks like they've been having a dialogue. We can see that the police officers moved their shields up. They were drinking water. They seem to have been standing there talking. Some of the people are beginning to leave now, so it seems as if there was kind of maybe even a positive dialogue going on right there at that spot. Every once in a while, the people there would begin to clap, and you could hear some noise from them. Not noise where there were issues, but noise where maybe they were saying some things that everyone seemed to kind of agree with. When you get several blocks away from here, in the distance, we can see what looks like probably more of the tear gas that they've been using. We can see the lights of police vehicles. We've heard flashbangs in the distance. So there are still pockets of people who are out here, and they are trying to get them to disperse. In fact, we ran into one young guy who came over and asked us how to get to Burnside and how to get back up over to Cesar Chavez, not quite realizing how far from that location he was. He said he had parked his car over there, and now he had to figure out how he could get himself back there and was going to start the walk. So there are probably a lot of people who their car, their way of transportation, their way of getting home is back out there near Laurelhurst Park where they started earlier. So it could take them some time to be able to get out of this area.
Well, the police really challenged tonight with the thousands of people there now with the aerial mortars really trying to disperse the crowd. But they've also really tried, I think, to show patience, and also they're on their Twitter feed saying that they are listening to people, that they are listening to the distrust that the communities have in the police. So they know they have a lot of work to rebuild that trust, and we have seen some indications that they're trying to rebuild that trust. And from the protests that I've covered here over the years, it would just seem to me that they really have exercised a lot of restraint, more than we've seen in the past. And the mayor saying earlier that I need to do more, and people saying that we need to listen more. And it does seem that people are trying to do that. And I have been quoting throughout the night Edie Mondane, a leader of the NAACP here in town. And I just want to let you know that Edie Mondane will be on Sunrise tomorrow morning, and that's coming up in just a few hours. And also Joanne Hardesty, our city commissioner, will be on. So be sure to tune in to Sunrise tomorrow to hear their viewpoints and to hear their reaction to what we saw tonight.
And Laurel, I think, what you said about we can do better, that sentiment that we're hearing from so many people, and I think that personally includes us as journalists and continuing to hear from voices in our community, not just about race relations, but about everything in our community, making sure that those voices are heard. I think we can all, as part of the society, working together, everyone has to do their part. That's what we hear from so many leaders who want to see this change. They want to see real change happen. It's not easy. It doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen without effort. And that effort has to happen on the behalf of every citizen, and that includes so many of us, and that includes us here in the media. And we take that responsibility very, very seriously here. And we take this message, and we want to continue to bring you that message that is being heard in the peaceful protests that we're seeing. Let's go back to this. We are seeing a trash can fire. Then that's what we've really only seen tonight. And this protester right there, putting it right out. That's what we've seen, if any fires we've seen so far, at least from what we've been able to see on our sky cams here and from our reporters on the ground, is that they've been dumpster fires, the trash can fire there, and we haven't seen the destruction of businesses like we did see on Friday night.
Well, let me just add something there, Brittany, as we watch the police officers making their rounds around downtown to try to break up the crowd. They are saying that individuals are continuing to damage property, set fires, and vandalize buildings in downtown. We haven't, with our cameras, seen the damage to the buildings downtown, but that is what Portland police are tweeting now. They continue to send the message to people that this is now an unlawful assembly and a civil disturbance, and they need to leave now. So we are hearing reports of some vandalism. We don't know the extent of it right now.
And we will continue to follow that and continue to talk with business leaders, community leaders, people in our community whose businesses have been impacted since Friday night. As we've seen so many boarded up windows, really that's what was happening all morning Saturday. when we saw Portland's mayor going around the city alongside reporters, looking at the damage, surveying the damage that was happening there. Morgan Romero, our reporter who was alongside, described it as the echoing of drills boarding up windows and the smell of the protests and the tear gas still lingering in the air. These are the scars that happen days after protest, and it's because of the scars that are left from racial inequality and injustice here in our country. There's so many layers to this, and it runs so deep. I think that it's so important to remember, as emotions run high and opinions run high, that there's so many layers to this. This is not a black and white issue. It's not a cut and dry issue. It's so much deeper than that. And there are so many layers to it in our history in this country, in our history here in Portland. It's really important to remember that these things don't happen in a vacuum. It doesn't happen overnight. It's about more than one instance, and we saw that in Minneapolis, and we've seen it continue all around the country and here in our own city.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to Pat Doris right now. And Pat, you spoke with somebody from the protest who met with the chief. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, his name's Michael Richardson. I just talked to him. He grew up in Portland. I think we're getting a little of the tear gas wafting through here. But he was one of the speakers down at the Justice Center, took the megaphone and said that he was talking to the police and saying, look, let's have a dialogue right now in front of all these people. They ended up inviting him in, and he was one of 6 people who met with the police chief. So here's a little bit of what he had to say about that.
In truth, I mean, it's necessary, partially. But mostly was really the underlying situation is that the police and the people, they haven't addressed the people. So you have to address the people in order to get anything fixed. They hadn't addressed the people. Tonight they let us come in, me and 2 other gentlemen. We went and sat down with the chief of the police and the lieutenant and another gentleman from another division. They had a lot of questions. They had a few questions. A lot of stuff, of course, we couldn't get done because everything was happening. They took us directly from the protest into the building. And so a lot of stuff didn't get talked about, but they did say that they were willing to set, I'm going to call tomorrow. We can set a date to try to bring the community together with the police, and hopefully our mayor will come out because he has not done a great job at all. Hopefully he'll come out and he will address the people also as well. But the things that had to be addressed, like we said, was the unjust. This just the unjust. It's not just Minneapolis. This is across the country. This is, as I was explaining to the last people, unfortunately for black people, we're POWs in America. We do want to be here, some of us, so we're just not treated fair. And this is not a new thing in the history of America. It's just now hitting that climax. And I believe the pandemic situation has definitely heightened it. Think about it. A lot of these people, you're telling go home at 8 o'clock and they have nowhere to go tomorrow. Nobody has a job. 90% of the country is shut down. And you want people to go home? At this point, this is funner than sitting in your living room. It's just, and so you don't pour gasoline on a fire like that. And Ted Wheeler, that's all he did in that situation, in my opinion. A lot of these, when I came down here, it was a large protest. It was super peaceful. Let me say that. Those people are very peaceful. You have a small group of people around here that have mixed with these protesters who are trying to cause their own tyranny. They have their own agenda. Has nothing to do with these protesters, and these protesters are actually getting the reaction to that, and some of them are reacting to the reaction that happened to them. So that's one of the things that I don't think a lot of people understand. When we came, I had a protest. One of the antagonizers tried to give me something to throw at the police, and I'm like, no, I don't. We're not. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to do something peaceful. But we're here officially because of the brother who was murdered, and because of Ahmaud Arbery, and because of Khalil Castile. Just all the black people, Trayvon Martin, so many black people you can name, Emmett Till, we here for that. A lot of this is what that is, pent up emotion from so long ago. But as you guys are out here tonight and y'all see, the reason why you don't see a large black population coming out supporting is because we have a 3% black population in Oregon. So because of that, you're not gonna see us come out in those numbers. So you see a lot of other different ethnic backgrounds out here. A lot of them are here because they do care. But then you have another sector of groups that have their own agendas. So I would just say as people are watching or coming down to protest, keep your protest peaceful, go home early, get up out the way of the other tyranny stuff and let that be treated as it needs to be treated. But don't mix with those people and don't bring the violence, because it's not about violence. It's really about conversation and diplomacy. That's what we need right now. And our community has nobody to speak for us.
Okay. We were listening. We're going to go back to Pat. We wanted to get Pat's reaction, but you heard that protester who was involved in tonight's protest talking about how he met with the police chief and other members of the Portland Police Department and felt like the conversation began, that they are willing to listen to them and to help rebuild trust, to build trust in the community. And he said that they would continue that conversation tomorrow. They had a phone call planned, and he hoped that Mayor Wheeler would join in that conversation. Mayor Wheeler is planning a press conference tomorrow with some community leaders to address the 3 nights of protests we've seen. You also heard the gentleman talk about the pain, and something that I've read about too with the pandemic, that this is all up against the background and context of the pandemic, the coronavirus health crisis, where the Black community has been disproportionately affected both economically and their health. A lot of them are out of jobs, and many people in Black America are on the front lines, and they are being infected at a much greater rate than other people are, and many of them are dying. So they have that as the background, and then the killing of George Floyd, on top of that, just brought out the agony, the pain and anger that they've been feeling, and now it's being shown here in some of these protests. He did also say, though, that they meant this to be peaceful, that the people who came out to protest are peaceful, that there are splinter groups that are causing all the problems, the damage and the vandalism. And we have seen some of that tonight. Portland police saying there have been windows broken and a fire set. So really interesting to hear his perspective. And when we get Pat back, we'll find out his reaction to speaking with him.
Well, and I think that that's an important note here, is hearing those voices, having those conversations. That's something that, as you mentioned, is going to continue tomorrow, and hopefully will never stop. Those conversations are what's so important, and we will continue to monitor this coverage for you throughout the night on all of our social media channels, and we will, of course, bring you the latest early on sunrise. That is coming up really just a few hours away. So stick with us on social media for the latest updates, and of course, tune in to sunrise. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll continue to bring you coverage when you need it most.
Thank you for joining us. Have a good night. Good morning.
saw enforced in a hard way last night. I asked him if he was concerned about police coming here, and he told me he wasn't. His answer was that he felt like the communication or their interpretation of what they were getting from police was that this area might be a place that they'd be allowed to gather. Now, there's no telling why exactly he feels that way, but that's why at least that one person says he doesn't plan on leaving here anytime soon, despite the fact that they've still got this curfew in effect. Now, there's no doubt, especially where we're standing, that everything here is so serious. What happened here around 8 on Monday and everything that's happened afterwards. That doesn't mean there aren't some light moments too, because over this way, Jared, let's look over here. People saw some flames over here, and I'll tell you, a crowd rushed over.
Events happen here. ABC News.
President Trump meeting face-to-face with one of the world's most brutal dictators, Kim Jong-un.
The president.
You trust him? I do trust him, yeah. I think he trusts me, and I trust him.
Ivanka Trump.
I have to ask you about your emails. Your father had taken Hillary Clinton to task for this.
There just is no equivalency.
So the idea of lock her up doesn't apply to you?
No.
Comey.
How strange is it for you to sit here and compare the president to a mom?
You're welcome, Derek. My pleasure. Thank you for being on tonight. And if you haven't subbed up to the channel, please consider it. My Choo-Choo buddy and I, D-Dub Travel, check them out over there. We appreciate it. We were down in Oakland. If you didn't see our Oakland feed, we got gassed 4 times down there.
Check out that one.
Check out that feed. Well, we made it to the other side of 101 here.
All right. Let's see if we can make it the rest of the way.
We can make it the rest of the way. You're welcome, Jamie. Thank you for being on, and thank you to my moderators again tonight.
Yeah, thanks for the university.
Yeah, here 1,300 people, and then I don't know, same number on the second stream. Thank you. And D is racking up some serious numbers too.
They're just making people walk around and around.
Yeah, I've certainly walked about 3 miles.
Yeah.
I didn't bring my big walker. I got my crappy shoes on. We're gonna go down one more block here. Make sure this police helicopter's not targeting us here. Yeah, we're gonna go down here and then make a left.
Everywhere, it appears as though there's someone on the ground there injured. I didn't see what led to it, but clearly they're extremely close to police. You can see the gas coming up off the road, and this is just a really bad scene. The police are doing everything they can to keep people back, but this group of protesters that we're seeing tonight just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's led to the situation that we found ourselves in now. Oh goodness, take a look up this alley. We're going to take a couple steps back here. That is a dumpster with a fire in it, a literal dumpster fire. And what we've seen here several times tonight is protesters have brought those out, dumpsters with fires in them, and they've pushed them towards police, almost trying to break the police line. Again, I want to remind people, as you're watching this, we are literally right in front of the White House. We are 1 block away from the White House. That is a burning dumpster. It's getting pushed up 16th Street, a huge crowd of people, and they're just going to let it fly towards police. It's a really dangerous situation, guys, and at least thus far, it appears as though it just continues to get more and more chaotic, more and more dangerous. You'd like to see this type of situation de-escalated, but it's very much the opposite. Another just observation. This is just from my vantage point. This is just what I can see. It would appear as though the number of protesters are growing steadily. More and more people are coming here. At least, again, from my vantage point, it does not appear as though many more police are here. They seem to be spread pretty thin. Yeah, there's another firework. Those fireworks are from protesters, and it looks like up this alley there might be something else happening again. I'm looking around. Oh, it appears as though. Oh gosh, that's a. It looks like they're about to light something else on fire. We're moving out of the way, guys. Again, we really are doing everything we can to stay safe. While also, we are, and that's why we're walking away. Here's the deal, though, guys. We're doing this as safely as we possibly can, but at the same time, this is our nation's capital. And clearly, the vast majority of people who live here and around the country are not here tonight, thank God. And it's our duty to show them what is happening, again, 1 block away from the White House. Guys, I'm DMV born and bred, and I've never seen the city quite like this. Yes.
You said Baltimore is stepped up, too. So down to martial law as well.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Last night, we know for sure that several officers were injured. That's according to the Secret Service. Tonight, from what we can tell, we have not seen any injured officers, thankfully. And frankly, we've seen very few injured protesters. I have a feeling, though, that this is going to be the kind of thing where tomorrow morning, as another firework goes off, we're going to start learning more about what's happened here tonight, and it's just hard to believe that with all this chaos, people aren't being hurt. However, to answer your question, we have not seen it at this time with our own eyes. Yeah, we are kind of in the process of backing up. There's so many people here, sometimes it actually feels like it's safer to stand still. And Chief Photographer Steve Williams is doing an excellent job. We're moving further and further back. And as you might be able to tell, I'm kind of getting short of breath because I believe we're seeing quite a bit more pepper spray fired back in our direction. Guys, if you could, take it for just a second here. I'm going to put my mask back on. You can keep coming to me. I've had the mask on pretty much all night when we're not on TV, but because this is such a long hit and we're focusing on this so much, take it for me for just a minute here while I put this on.
Look, niggas is grown.
Guys, something that's really interesting here is that for so much of this protest tonight and also last night, it was law enforcement, trying to keep protesters away from the White House. Well, that's the White House back, behind this line of police right now. And what's actually happened, you see the police standing up, it's because people are starting to get pushed back towards the White House right now because of all that chaos and destruction that's happening a little further up 16th. As you can see, we walked back quite a ways, but it's like everywhere you look down here right now. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Because of the pepper spray. It's like everywhere you look here right now, there's some other chaos breaking out. Right now, you're looking up H Street. That, I believe, was a firework that just exploded. You see some police officers going out. I believe they're attempting to pull the barricade back towards them. Over to my right, it's another firework going off. I believe these are from protesters and not from police. And we actually have a security guard here with me who's nodding, saying yes, that is what it is. So protesters must have come with quite a few fireworks or whatever explosives and projectiles we're seeing tonight. And it's just, every moment or two, as you guys have seen, there's a loud bang, there's some sort of chaos. And it is still an absolute sea of people. There are thousands of people around here. Everywhere you look, and I can't say it enough, we are quite literally right in front of the White House. You are looking away from the White House. If you turn and look towards me real quick, that's the White House, right back there. You have a line of police. You have Lafayette Square right behind it, as difficult as it is to see right now. That is the White House. And if you look, in the front lawn of the nation's house. Guys, this is what's going on tonight. It is absolute chaos. It's a lot of people's worst fear come true. This is the kind of violence that we've seen in other cities previously, but we had not seen it here. And tonight, especially in the last hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, things have really just gone up a whole nother level.
Goddamn, bro.
Right here, you're looking. Oh gosh,
yeah,
the stench. I gotta move back.
They're fucking up.
Seeing a lot of pepper spray in the air. As you can see, a lot of people are affected by it. Frankly, standing here, there's so much pepper spray in the air. It's hard to see. It's hard to talk. The throat burns. The nose burns. And we're pretty far back. So you have to imagine the people who are even closer. You look at this gentleman here. This is a really difficult situation to be in, guys.
Man, this is wild. This shit's like a real movie.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, let's go. Now I want ice cream.
Scott.
Yeah. Okay. Steve, it's back to us.
Stand by? Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
Cool. All right. Sounds like we're going to do a quick hit after sports. You know what? Let's just do kind of a walk.
Well, sure, an escalation is an understatement. Essentially, take a look back here. This is where that giant crane was on fire, and then we saw protesters throwing predominantly fireworks at police. So what's happened since that last live hit is the police pushed
millions and millions of people across the country.
Protesters continued to throw fireworks in their direction, and a group of them actually pushed a dumpster towards them. I don't believe it did any damage, but it's tough to tell. You can see right now, it looks like people were at least considering pushing it back, and then a police officer in that white shirt came up and I believe used pepper spray towards the crowd. Frankly, for much of the night when we've seen that, we've really been able to smell it. I don't smell it now, but I am being told by a security guard that we have with us tonight that that is indeed what we
keep me
saw.
updated with like 15 left in it.
Police officers spraying pepper spray into the crowd. police officers out here trying to maintain peace in our nation's capital. You're in riot gear, and fireworks are going off at your feet. There are huge fires. Dumpsters are being pushed at you. Guys, this is a dicey situation. One other point I want to make is this is so different from the overwhelmingly peaceful protests we saw all through the day today and also during the day yesterday. That was mostly people walking through the streets, including some families. I saw some young kids. It was peaceful. It was chanting. It was people making their point. What we're seeing here tonight, guys, is very, very different. I'm not sure what's happening over there across the street, but I'm going to throw it back to you for a second as we watch. Oh my goodness, I think they're actually breaking the glass of that building. I'm not sure what the building is off the top of my head. We're on 16th Street. Again, we're a block from the White House.
I ain't gotta be out here breaking, vandalizing stuff, doing wrong, stealing. I don't gotta do that.
Together in circles, the sacred symbol of life, the continuum of all things. These flowers here are energy. Channel that, alchemize that, transmute that. It's power here. Hold hands. Envision a singular vision and watch how it unfolds. We gotta at some point stop delegating our energy to fighting the systems that are here. And we have to do what we really need to do and stop being fucking scared and envision what we cannot see. A future without. And if you can do that, because that's the only true power that we have.
Y'all, this glass is flying everywhere.
Believe in something different with your soul, with your mind, with your body, with your essence.
This is exactly what?
It's not our bodies that they want dead. And it's not our minds that they want broken. It's our souls that they want buried, because that is why we keep fucking rising.
This is exactly what a lot of organizers did.
Because the spirits of our ancestors have taken over our bodies as vessels to redo what they could not do. You think it's high in the state that across the world black people are
knocking over trash cans?
Practices? We're becoming spiritual. We're abandoning the church and the dogmatic practices that will rip, rape, and it is not by mistake. We are in the age of Aquarius, the age of information. We know the truth. Now, what are we going to do with shit? What are we going to do? You know, because after this memorial, you know, months from now, a couple years from now,
protesters have turned their attention away from the monument
it's
into
about
the
fighting
businesses.
where we are.
You know, right?
It's whatever they can find. Your word is not your dick. They put you on a chopping block when you were a slave.
The state flag on
and they said
fire.
the only
They're
way
taking
you
them
have
off
is by the
the
physical strength that you can amount to do
Now
their
people are
labor.
chanting Hoover.
And that is why you believe that your power rests in your physical strength. That is not where it rests.
Now people are chanting
They
Hoover.
stripped you of your emotions, of your humanity,
This is
of
what
your
organizers
sense of
were
direction,
asking
and your sense of self.
protesters not to do earlier today.
But they stripped you of your
They were
soul
asking
and
them
they
not
ripped you
to
from your
destroy
divine
Birmingham.
essence. And they told you
Stay
who you
peaceful.
were. If you are a healer
And
here
if it's
and you are
anything
not
but,
a
it's
healer,
going to
here,
turn
read the
to
four
dark.
agreements. Sacred indigenous practices. Unlearn the teachings that they have taught us. We have been domesticated. We are not made to live in these buildings.
Guys picked up a street sign.
These are boxes. If you know anything about energy, our ancestors' practices, energy don't flow in boxes, my niggas. Energy flow in circles. That's why we had teepees. That's why we had us. Everything we did with intention. Let's get back to that. We realize for real, y'all, the power's in our spirit. And that's what they want to break. They can't get to it.
Listen. Man right there just came over here, right? And he just came back to the neighborhood, got a long ass something in his hand, and ain't washing the block right now, and just went right back down there. I don't know if it's a AK or I don't know if it's a fight.
Is there security down there right now?
Hey, that young lady over there said she wanted to speak. She said she wanted to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, well, we hear you, though. I just want to say one more thing, and that's what I'm going to close it up with, y'all.
Don't cause panic. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Ain't nobody. There's an
I
actual
just got
news
through
team.
saying it. What you believe
The
has
news team
power.
over there, and
Start
everybody knows.
manifesting these outcomes. It's the ripple of the universe. It's quantum physics. What you believe and what you speak out your mouth is a vibration. And the way you carry that vibration determines what lands on your path. Be intentional about the things you say, about the things you think. Because that's important. The last thing I wanted to say was my sister over here. Where are you? My two-spirited sister. You. I'm with you, sister. Hey. Because you see me, I'm their worst threat. Hey. I'm a trans person. I transitioned when I was young. Right? I moved through the world as a woman. But guess what? I've been practicing naturopathic practices for a very long time. I have my strength. I'm a two-spirited person. Gender binaries don't bother me. I have the strength of a man and the body of a woman. And that is my greatest weapon. You understand me? Because when they see me, they don't see my strength. When I walk with this stick, it looks like a cane. I look like a weak woman. I am their worst nightmare. When you look at me, you will never guess what I would be capable of doing to you. I'm a black person. I have stepped outside of what I have been taught I am, and I have stepped into my true power in divinity. I am not a man nor a woman. I am a soul and a mission. I let you know this now. I have the strength of a man and the physical appearance of a woman. That is what they're scared of when it comes to our black man and queerness. They're scared that maybe we don't actually may not look like women, but that we can actually carry our strength.
Hey guys,
divine
pick everything you want to pick right now. Once the females, it's probably gonna the vibe's gonna get taken down.
That's what scares them. You will look at me and you won't see. Okay? I'm a living, breathing revolution. Every day I wake up, they kill people like me, and I choose to speak out like this, and I choose to show up the way I show up. It is a revolution. That goes to every black body right here.
Neff, do you have a key?
In peace, in love, in truth, and solidarity. That's us gathering, us writing, us protesting. That's not what they're scared of. They're scared of to really collect ourselves and truly see the truth in its fullest facets. If we are under trauma, if we are under stress, if we are constantly in chaos, if we are constantly
So I'm looking across George in Washington right now, Tony Andy's house. Can't go home, line of cops, don't come this way.
They want to keep us occupied with their atrocities so that we don't have the time or the capacity to envision a new future.
Come on, speak up.
They're doing the same shit over and over.
I'm sorry, Howard. Nope.
That's all they're doing. So yes, let's gather for the death of our black men and our black women and our people. But let's just also remember that the true goal here isn't for us to actually be in this state at all. Not without them desiring for us not to this world.
I competed in when I did Brave New Voices. It's an older poem, which means I was 16 when I wrote this poem. Yes, I was 16 when I wrote this poem, and I'm gonna spit it to y'all. It's called My Mother's Love.
Let's go.
You love me like I never thought.
Abandon them slave names, y'all. Get rid of that
Alright, it's called My Mother's Love. My mother's love. You love me like I never thought you could. You wrote your name on my bedroom walls. My blood stained on your fingertips. The The whips on your back, you refuse for them to be imprinted all over my body. The chain wrapped around your neck was so tight, you had to kill me. I understand why you slit my throat. You love me. I died because you love me. I'm angry, I miss you, but you killed me. I'm back, I'm here in flesh. I've read stories. I've seen movies. I can smell the burning flesh of my people. I can see them swinging. I can hear their screams as if they're still screaming. I can feel their fear as if they're still scared of white. We rather skip school, go just to act like fools, like books wasn't one of the things that our ancestors died for. We are conditioned to envy lighter skin, taught to hate our brown eyes and hide them behind hazel contacts. We were killed to escape. To escape. To escape. Master whips chains. Master whips chains. Master whips chains. And white men coming into my bedroom, filling my insides with their semen while my husband and kids were forced to watch them. We were killed to escape. When our oppressors and our abusers came, and not all of us could get away, my mother looked at me, sliced my baby girl's throat, and let her live her life in slavery. Oh, I had to. And with no second thought, I was gone. But my mother couldn't have known that I'd be reborn into a more high-tech society, where now the media is my master, my own people are my whips, and I live with chains around my throat, around my mind. Because intelligence is a white trait.
Oh, we've got you back now.
Freedom fill my insides. Freedom on my bedroom
Young, I don't
walls.
think she realizes
My
that
blood stained on your fingertips. You killed me. I died in your arms. My 3-year-old eyes no longer looking up at you, but looking up at you. Life.
I express my love for this community. Sorry, like I said earlier, as some of you know, I'm new.
No, I'm here.
I've never loved the community so much for how much they came together tonight. It was a perfect example of it. My boy, who's in Texas, was born and raised here. He got me to come over here because I wanted to pursue my dream in music. This is where it all happens. This is where the music scene was for me. The school I go to, there's only 2 in the entire United States. My boy down in Texas, he misses us. He wants to be here right now, a part of this. He's watching this live stream right now. He wants to express his love for all of you. And I just want to pass it on.
Because there's nothing left to do. And you still have the caravan of cars circling, following the police, following the protesters. It's just this kind of like and if you're wondering, I just hope.
Which way is 36 and Park?
36 is going to be a couple blocks out.
That way. I
believe that way.
We'll have to wait it out.
Fortunately, it looks like the crowds are much smaller, and that is key. And you always do have a few knuckleheads.
There's a trash fire over here. Richie, look at this. Somebody tried this to have a canvas fire. Like, it's just a silly thing.
Lock on. See what
Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down.
Lock on.
Doesn't look like it's surrounded place or anything.
And it's just, yeah, like, you know, it's not about the crowd, but it's just kind of like the residual.
I don't see anything for sure.
Protesters, if you know,
I'm sitting right here. Lock arms. You're 400 man right there.
I mean, all those interesting, like, there's a trash fire. Wait, what do we, I mean, should we call police?
The police department knows about that. Jenny, there were actually 12 dumpster fires last night. As a matter of fact, I believe Jennifer was walking right by that same fire about 5 minutes ago.
So people are like possibly holding on. There's a drum.
Arms in circles. Let's go.
That is a drum. And the drum meant that possibly the police were coming. That's the warning.
Hey, police is
Lord Jesus, I just pray that you protect us. There's a military right there, Lord Jesus, I just pray that you keep us strong. I just pray that anything. Heavenly Father, I just pray that you protect this circle, whatever come out this ear, Lord Jesus, around 1,000 angels around us. I pray you rebuke Satan, demons, Jewish spirits, bad things. Heavenly Father, I just pray that nobody keeps damage, Lord Jesus, I love every one of us.
That was a few army truck, military trucks. This was the National Guard. So it looked like the National Guard vehicles, 3 of them. One of them was a SWAT truck. Cars.
Jennifer, how are things where you are? You must be about a block or so away from where Jenny is.
Come here, what's your name? I don't even know your name, but maybe
I am. I can see Pioneer Place in the background. And we're near Southwest Boulder here. There's a large group here. There's some projectiles being thrown into the street. We have police right to our right. They stopped, and it looks like they are flashing a
I'm
light
looking at both the left and the right, and I see nothing on the sides of east or west of 38. There is no cars coming east or west of 38. There goes the 2 cars that were up there. Miss Family, there is a car coming up this way.
Maybe the 3rd or 4th floor up there. And then it looks like they're considering what to do. Maybe they'll move on. Maybe they got a report.
Looks like a civilian car.
Up there. I'm not sure. But it is a small parking
This is
structure, so
what's
there could be
happening.
people in it. And there are actually people coming down the stairs right now to my right. So there were people upstairs.
Hey, medics, y'all come over here. Everybody together. Nobody spread out.
You know, there's a lot of groups out right now. They could be just walking around, peacefully checking out.
Everybody in tight. Tight. Don't let them split us up.
They can't keep us in jail forever.
The vehicles that drove by were going north on Park Ave. I haven't seen any military vehicles on the periphery streets, east, west, excuse me, east, north, or south. I have not seen a military vehicle. The perimeter has security, and there's barricades that have been put up, blockades, hard blockades to prevent an incursion of military force coming into the sacred space that the community is grieving over the death of George Floyd. George Floyd was killed 6 days ago. Memorial Day.
I'm just kidding, guys. I didn't need
by 4 officers of Minneapolis Police Department.
Yeah, but they bunch of luggage there. They have Samsonite and all that good stuff.
Like he said, we got our Canadian neighbors to the north watching us right now, knowing that we are partaking in something that is going to change history. When we all look back on this 15 to 20
Security
years
checking it out.
you know what we're going to tell our children?
To be honest, I don't think, personally, if anything is happening where they're going to come in on people, but I could be wrong.
These last 50 years, yeah, we made technological advancements. We started making history. But what was it?
Yeah, we have
Was
50,000
it history
people
for
watching.
peace? No.
Cannot tell if there's any law enforcement officers over there at all.
That we can look back on.
They look like civilian cars.
YouTube.
Our future generations are the future. They're going to be the doctors, the next Nelson Mandela. They're going to be the next great leaders of this great country, this great world.
Yeah, it was.
Are we going to let them have a world that's burned to the ground because we're hating each other? No. We're going to show them a world where love, peace, unity gets
Earlier today, when Chief Arredondo and Deputy Chief Knight came to show respect to the community and show some solidarity to George Floyd and the community here. He kneeled and maybe said a prayer or something We spoke, we asked some questions right after that. The deputy chief, we asked
She saved my life, my two younger brothers' lives,
why the police ran through this place last night. Why did they disrupt the sacred space?
My family's all in Washington, man. Washington.
Police ended up pulling through here, this area.
Mom's an old woman. She's wise.
All this flowers and stuff wasn't here, but there was a blockade and there was flowers. Those flowers were drove over by Humvees and other military vehicles. We asked Arthur Knight, the deputy chief,
Right, we gotta head out around the corner.
or something along those lines. Like, is that going to happen again? And it sounded like he said that he would try to make sure that that would not happen again. He would tell John Harrington to respect the community's sacred space. I think over north, a lot of stuff is happening tonight. I'm on the stream right here. I'm not able to catch into things, but I saw a couple posts that said the north side was pretty wild tonight. So I hope everybody's safe, and I hope that there was no more ill will towards the community itself. I saw.
I'm trying to see. I'm not hearing any more explosions. Are you? It seems like the protest. It seems like the protests are largely dispersed. Quick shout out. If you're watching this, wherever you're at, I'm still on YouTube. I'm covering all these protests. I'm out all for all of it.
Say it with me again.
Please check out the Discord.
I have white privilege.
I understand get them now. There's music being
that
played,
black
so I don't know if this will get taken
and
down
brown
by the network labels. But hopefully it'll stay up. It won't go anywhere.
And I just want to share just a couple of words with y'all. I'm not going to do too much. I've been talking all for the latest days. I'm like, man, these people are tired of mine. But I've been just talking about it. It just moves me because I want to explain. I don't want to slander nobody. I don't want to slander my people at all. Do I agree with everything they doing? I'm in between because I feel like by any means necessary, we got to stand up. And I mean, it may not be right. It's sickening that it takes buildings and businesses to be burning down for some things. And I'm gonna keep it real. Like they had to do it. They had to do it. And it's like I don't want to be on. I don't want to feel like I have to slander them. And I was on social media a lot. I was on social media a lot, and I seen people like slandering them. Like y'all know them people, the people who doing all that, they're angry, they're upset because they know exactly what it's like. And if they want to choose that way, let them. Because at the end of the day, we have 4 murderers, and that's what we need to focus on. We have 4 murderers who are roaming these streets. They're free. They're not convicted. They talking about some 3rd-degree murder. When they do investigations, they usually on brown and black people. We in jail waiting for them to get done with their investigation. Why this man doing whatever he want? Why we waiting on his investigation? Why did it take us so long to get a mug shot? They put mug shots of black dead men on the media. And I had to explain to so many of my people, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I respect your mind. I respect what you're saying. My cousin told me, I don't like to deal with y'all people because of whatever. I am your people. What do you mean? I love you. I love you. I love us. I love everybody. I'm just telling you that I gotta protect my energy to do what's right. And that's putting my life on the line to have a better future for her son, for my nephew, for my brothers, for my sisters, who is all the people standing with me to protect me. And I don't care what color you are. Yes, I love people. Yes, I love people. Yes, I love people. Of course I know all lives matter, but it's all lives being taken. But it's all lives being taken. No. But it's all lives being taken. No. Our black and brown ones. Yes. 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 Okay. So you don't gotta tell me all lives matter. Clearly you don't know that. You don't gotta tell me, oh, we need black businesses. I know we need black businesses. But you crazy if you think that we have all black businesses in our communities and we're gonna be like, oh, I'm about to burn down a black business. That's crazy.
There's something going
I don't
on
want
in
to
your
see my
city.
neighborhood burn. But I understand if it has to, will that change? because that's a revolution. That's a revolution. That's how you get it to go. The people gotta stand together. And you know what? I was in Louisiana, y'all, because I'm from Minnesota. This is my city. I went to Louisiana like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go because I want to be in the South. I want to be with, black people and da-da-da-da. Like, I was all on that mentality. Like, they don't treat me here, so I'm gonna move. Instead of being like, oh, they don't treat me how I want them to treat me, let me try to invoke some type of change. So I'm like, I'm gonna go, and I'm thinking it's gonna be better down there. Y'all think it was better? And I'm thinking it's gonna be better. Yo, man, I'm like, you dumb yourself for even thinking that you was gonna come down south and it was gonna be different. If anything, it was worse because people hate. Like, people love me. I'm not gonna lie, I had people who love me, and I had people who hated me for no reason. I had people who loved me, and I had people who hated me for no reason, just because I'm gonna speak my mind, and I don't care who offended. I stand on how I feel. So if I say I'm going to die behind my people, better believe I'm a woman of my word. I'm going to die behind my people. But I feel in my heart that my people won't let that happen. I was in a history class about, everything. So when she was talking about the Haitians, I felt that. When she was talking about the French versus them, I'm like, yeah, I studied that. I understand that. And they was telling me, like, we can't do it. Man, we can't do it. Y'all, 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 we can't do it. And I knew that. And I didn't know this moment was gonna come. I think my ancestors, I believe in ancestors, I believe in God, I believe in energy, I believe in all that. I believe in all that. So I believe it was just something that, like, man, you need to take your ass back to Minnesota. I only been here for 1 year, and look at us. Look at us making history. I was like, the lady was like, hey, I'm from the UK with her little pretty little British accent. So I'm like, okay, y'all outside. Y'all trying to listen to us today, huh? Man, I'm so proud of my people. Minnesota, Minneapolis, y'all some motherfucking warriors. Y'all some goddesses. Y'all all some gods. Y'all gods. That's why they feel us. Because we don't need no machine guns. We don't need to be spraying bullets for nobody to hit us. All we got is our people and our voice, and there won't be no peace until there is. And there won't be no peace until there is. I walked down this block today after they sprayed us downtown. We ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna slander them. We just gonna say they sprayed us down, and I had to walk from there to here. And when I'm walking down, I'm seeing Popeyes blown up. I'm seeing my buildings burned down. I'm crying because I'm mourning. Because I'm crying. I'm mourning because I'm hurt. I'm sick. But I understand. I'd rather see all this burned down than to sit up here and continue to go for non-justice. Because I promise you, whatever penny, dime I got, I'm investing back in my community. If you got to burn today, fine. But I promise to God it's going to be built up. Because my sister said it perfectly. We done finished. We gon' what? We gon' rise. What we gonna do? We gon' what? So burn it down. But we gon' rise. Our patriots who outside risking their lives getting sprayed at because they trying to send a message. Like, why? Y'all, can we just open the floor up to that semi-truck running through that crowd? And can we give the people responsible for that? They was responsible for that because I seen them. They blocking off roads for regular cars, but they letting semi-trucks and they letting buses and they letting themselves through. But they got people protesting. And they claim, oh, y'all are able to protest, but you let semi-trucks run through.
One of my elders just texted me because I went on live and they, want to protect my life. They just said that they are on 5th and 38th and they just saw a semi coming towards us. Just to let y'all know. Not for
It's
fear.
circling.
Just to, okay, y'all good? I just want to let y'all know. My elders are texting me, so.
They've been circling around where the town is quiet with people. From down there, across the border, they don't see nobody unless they're standing up.
But it's the same thing as standing up. Panic you and destabilize you. So you can't keep focused.
Hey, we got 3 hours to go, y'all. 3 more hours.
More officers showing up
3
to the
more hours.
scene. We have
I'd like to tell my story.
Thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to tell you guys my story.
Not that I don't want to hear a story. I'm going to do a recap and then go down. This is Nico from Unicorn Riot. You are watching a live stream from the south side of Minneapolis on 38th Street in Chicago. Barricades were put up a little bit later in the night after curfew time. Barricades on this block, on that block.
Good. You're doing good. You're doing good because we're together. You're doing good because we're together here.
Half of that block and the other block that we were just on. What we witnessed today up here at 38th in Chicago was a lot of people sitting, a lot of people sharing community with each other. We saw a very somber atmosphere, but also a very loving atmosphere and it's like a grief-filled space. This is a sacred space here, and 38th in Chicago is now changing the world as we speak, or at least pushing for change as we speak. And a lot of the folks here are hoping that change will stick if it can be had, and that change that they look for is either the abolishment of police, the defunding of police, accountability, or justice, or all of the above. When it comes down to the reason why people have all these barricades up is because there's a curfew. There's a curfew because the National Guard is here. The National Guard is here because there was 4 days of intense rioting. I wouldn't say intense rioting. There was 4 days of intense uprising. Some of it led to rioting. Maybe all of it was a riot, you could say that. But in general, Minneapolis had a lot of structure fires, a lot of buildings burned down, a lot of expropriation of goods throughout both Minneapolis and St. Paul. I'm going to try to quickly give you all a quick north side update if I can find it real quick. Also, you all just check out the internet. You'll be able to see what's going on a lot easier than I will. But from what I read from a friend is that the north side is a war zone right now. There's shots being fired everywhere, and there's no police presence. But then there was military, and so the military is over there on the north side. There's a couple fires. There's a fire on 44th Ave, and it's the cross street near Penn, 44th near Penn. What else we got? And then also I read that basically a person posted on Facebook, "I can't believe the leaders of the city and state did not warn its citizens about what's really happening in North Minneapolis right now. Governor Tim Walz, take a fry. Who are you talking to? Where the hell is coverage and consideration? This is complete bullshit, so let's talk about this." So I'm not privy to what happens on the north side. I do not know. It sounds like a lot of wild stuff is happening on the north side. This feeling out here, what we saw the last few days was a consistent thing where it's a lot of palpable rage and it's a lot of real rage. And so boil it down to the next few days and we'll see what we have going on. Those next few days, we'll be live during part of it, and when it comes to following us, definitely continue to do that. We're going to leave here shortly. I personally don't think that the police are coming at this spot. The blockades are up. The curfew has been up for 7 hours, and the police seem like they probably have other things that they're dealing with. And also, I believe that possibly Deputy Chief Arthur Knight might have made that phone call to John Harrington to have him respect the sacred space. So Last night we ran into the Minneapolis police who were telling us that we were the problem, the entire problem, threatening me as a journalist. But today, when we spoke to the chief and the deputy chief, specifically the deputy chief, he specifically stated that he respects journalists' right to be journalists and press right to be press, and so therefore, if anything happens to us, let him know. There's been quite a few media that's been repressed, arrested. We heard tonight that there's some folks took away cameras and press badges. That's what Andrew Kimmel told us tonight. He's a journalist out here who also had his car tires slashed by military police last night. Or I don't know if it was military police, by the law enforcement last night. So it's right now, across the globe, across the United States, there's an uprising going on. And we at Unicorn Riot are trying to bring you the side of the community from here in Minneapolis. And we really appreciate you all for tuning in. We really appreciate you all for supporting. We really deeply humbled by all of the love and support. And we could not do this without you. We created this for you. And we create, and everything you have given us is part of we. And so thank you for being we. Thank you for being part of us. Thank you for supporting, for sharing, and for talking good to us, for saying hi in the streets, for saying hi on the internet. Again, we love you all. Take it easy. Have a great night. Stay safe. And we'll catch you all tomorrow. We'll have some streams going on, and we're going to speak to probably some of those families that we missed today earlier. We'll be around here a little bit longer, and then we're going to, we'll document what we see. We're going to take the stream down, and 1 second, I'm reading something. Okay, I'm sorry. So some people in the chat wanted the circle to continue. I apologize. It's 3. I have to take care of myself. I have gotten very, very little sleep. Yesterday, I overslept an appointment to film families, and I felt so bad. And I did not try to oversleep. I slept through the alarms because I was too tired. So my body told me I needed to sleep. I'm trying to listen to my body. I do that. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll be good. Again, thank you all. Thank you all on the back end. Dan, Chris, Jen, D, Georgia, Alex, former members, peace and love. All right, you all. Thanks. And we're out. UnicornRiot.ninja is the website. We're on Twitter, UR_ninja, Instagram, Unicorn.riot. We're on Facebook, we're on Vimeo, and we're on YouTube. Again, thank you, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.
Why are you so trigger happy on people with your hands up? You need a phone. Why are you so trigger happy on people with hands up? Because they know they're going to get their ass beat behind that badge.
I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
across to the other side streets here.
No peace.
From the command forward. Police are now about to come forward again. We're going to do our best to stay out of the way here. Please be safe. Kylie, Alex, back up here a little bit. Kylie and Alex, back up here a little bit. Kylie, come on. Come on, Kylie. Come on, Kylie. Kylie, come on. Faster, faster. Come on, Kylie. We're moving, we're moving, we're moving. We're moving, we're moving. Come on, Kylie. Come on, Kylie. So the protest, certainly, some protesters I've seen already dispersed through the side streets here, but look this. We got cars now driving in the opposite direction of the street. Some vehicles pulled over to the side, not part of these protests. We got vehicles going down the opposite side of the street here. Both directions. Police still holding their ground, moving forward periodically within the last 20 or 30 minutes since they've asked. Oh, look out, look out. All right, looks like they're. All right, we got a fight going on here. Police, looks like we got a fight going on here. What the fuck, man? Be careful, be careful. Be careful, be careful. Look how they're blocking us. Hey, let's stay on the outside here. Let's stay on the outside here. We have everything we need. We got another round of fights there between police and protesters who continue to confront them. We got the media out here. We're all staying on the side as best as we could. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us on the
The police are now trying to take more ground on both sides of this intersection. They're trying to take ground that way, and they're trying to come up for it this way.
We got another round of fights there
they were
between
pushing
police
on
and
both
protesters
sides
who
at the same
continue to
time.
confront them.
That's a little unusual.
We got the media out here. We're all staying on the side as best as we could. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us on the
back and forth and try to clear out each side. This is the first time that I'm seeing them try to clear out both sides of the intersection at the same time. get behind that mailbox for my life.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. Oh my god.
Really, that's fucking intense.
So brave of you.
That was really intense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us on the
Did anybody else get hit? Anybody else need a medic?
We're more than a team, guys. We're actually husband and wife. So that's probably why we're a great team.
I got it, yeah. They don't care. You can be more.
See that light?
I got shot 3 times this night. Got a lot of baton last night. Yeah, I was in the front. Literally covering somebody who needed to be taken care of, and they just didn't catch me. Well, they got me today. I was in the front on my knees, and they shot the tear gas.
No, you stay here. All of these are happening at the same time.
Water bottle, bro. Someone throw a water
No,
bottle.
The camera is the only thing that's gonna see it. There you go. You just do it.
Bro.
Pause this and then do this. There you go. Jesus Christ. Why did they start? Why did they start firing?
Someone threw a fucking water bottle, bro. Pussy, bro. They got all that gear on. You can't see me at the wrong thing.
You good, bro?
You hit?
Can I record that?
Just that part.
Yeah. What happened, man?
I was standing there recording them and they started shooting everybody. They saw me standing there recording, not doing nothing, my hands in the air. I got it all on video too.
Okay, man, be safe, okay? There's a medic out here if you need it, bro.
Our photographer Jesus Vasquez has been the champion, the MVP all day long. 10-pound backpack.
Go. These girls here were stuck with me down there. They're now getting backed up by the police.
Pussy. Pussy. Yo, pussy ass nigga right there. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all some bitches, bro, and I hope you know that. Your mom's a bitch, your dad's a bitch, you guys are all some bitches, bro. I'm G.O.D., bro.
All right, the Bakersfield Police Department says there may be tear gas coming, and that right there is going to back the protesters up. And here are the final 10 protesters that we're looking at right now. Maybe a bit more than 10, but you get where I'm going.
Hey Vinny, why are you recording and restreaming on YouTube? This is Deviant's stream. Check it out on my Periscope. It's Twitter, Deviants344.
EPD is calling this unlawful. They want the protesters to go home. And we have some more support, more vehicles support on Truxton Avenue. There's about, in total, I'd say 15 Bakersfield Police Patrol vehicles on Truxton and Chester.
Okay.
We're right outside the intersection, right outside of the Bank of America.
Look at this gang! Look at this gang right there! Look at the gang! Look at the gang member! Look at the gang member! Fuck you!
That's why you're walking backwards now.
Oh yeah, BPD is bringing in more units. Try to kind of be fast. There are probably about 8 fully equipped officers out here on the scene.
Fuck God! Fuck Pope!
About 3 dozen protesters are left here in a day that started with probably around almost 200 at the most. So
To give youth to the community. Let's break the ignorant out and bring the positivity in. Heavenly Father, I pray that you take anything that are supposed to be around us far away from us. Lord, I ask you for forgiveness for all the things that we've
I
done.
think the police department has
We're about to
brought
do.
every officer
I
from
pray
every
that
substation
you protect
in
us
town
for everything
to
that's
Chester and Truxton.
100 meters from us. I pray we get home safe.
Amen.
I pray for our health.
Amen.
I pray for our wealth.
Amen.
And I pray that tomorrow we wake up and leave yesterday and yesterday in progress for today as of today. Lord, thank you for letting us all stand together. Lord, thank you for letting me speak to the city. Every breath I take, I pray it touch their souls. Lord, I pray that this touch the world. Let the news reverse. Because we living in the curse right now that we trying to break. Heavenly Father, I know that you told us that time is going to come and we cannot fall. So we need you. We need you to hold us and keep us tall and standing high. Lord, I pray you surround angels around us. I pray that you surround faith around us. Give us that strength to keep marching. Lord, I pray that you protect us. No corona, no nothing can come against us. Heavenly Father, I pray any KKK or police or anything that's trying to take us down, I pray you put your troops around us and them angels around us. Lord, I pray we could turn this world to peace. I pray we don't have to look over our shoulders no more. I pray that you serve justice. I pray that you let us let go and let you take over.
Get up front. Here comes the police. Here, Martin. Watch this kid up front. Get this kid up front. Watch this kid up front. That's a scare tactic. An unfriendly party. Police department has made their presence known here on a Monday morning. The chopper flies over the center of downtown Bakersfield in the middle of Chester and Truxton Avenue. There are just only a couple protesters left. in a day that started at 6 o'clock right up the block outside the Mechanics Bank Arena is slowly coming to an end. These protesters, I must say, did not give up. These protesters did not go down without a fight. Hey, Zeus, get the guy in the middle of the street, please. Who's throwing stuff? Hey, Zeus, rolling all this. Oh, they're running. What is going on? Okay, they picked him up safely. Hey, they picked him up safely. Okay, let me describe that maneuver real quick. The police got somebody on the ground and 6 officers picked him up. They all just picked him up as safely as they could. They picked up the person and they grabbed him like they're kind of picking up a mattress. You ever pick up a mattress? You pick it up by the side. Hey, look at this over here, Jesus. They got people, they're running after people now. They're running after people now. They're running after people now. Hey, now. I'm working, man. I'm not going anywhere. I'm working. We're working here. Hey, Zeus, roll this. Watch your back. Watch your back. Watch your back. Now they want everyone, hey, roll right here. Roll it. I mean, what is this? What is this? You need 8 guys? Come on now. Oh. Oh.
You guys need to leave.
Keep rolling. Oh, no, we gotta back up. Oh, we're gonna.
I think another one might die today. Another one might die today. Another one might die today. Look at that. Look at that. Another one might die today. And that's hard. Look at that. They care about us so much though, right? They care about us so much though, right?
Yeah, we gotta go. Let's go.
Turn around.
I see them coming after y'all. Okay, here. Where about your kids?
Here, go ahead. Go.
We're working, miss. We're working.
What do you want people to know? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Press N so you save that one video.
It's over.
Oh my
Let
god.
me just shoot a quick little wrap here. Just pull out one. Well, as you can see behind me, there are no protesters left. It looks like that final rush was a wrap. On this Monday morning, day 4 of the protests, what started on a Sunday at 6 o'clock now goes all the way to a Monday morning around almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Protesters were out here for over 8 hours, and finally, it looks like there are none left. The police department, full force right behind me, and you hear the guy right next to me saying another one might die today. A day of chaos ends with over 100 Bakersfield police officers lined in the street on Truxton Avenue.
Hey, you can cut it now. Everyone's gone. Yeah. Hey, I'll be right there. Yeah, everyone just took off already. We got some good cops.
Okay, so we officially had to leave our bikes behind. There's no way that we could stay there. They were closing in from 2 different sides.
Forecast.
Go back. Fuck. Okay. There's nothing to show. They're on our side. We have to keep just going. We have to keep going. Just keep going. Put your hands up. Dude, put your hands up.
you.